YouTube, looks like we're good. I'm forgetting something. Alrighty. I think I'm gonna try and erase the. I wanted like another little horn kind of coming off the jawline, but I don't. It's not like working really well. I'm gonna kind of get rid of that. And kind of extend that bone into the jawline. I think that looks a lot better. Like the idea of like these kind of bones coming straight into the jawline right there. I think that's gonna look a lot sexier. I'm gonna put more time into the head today just to kind of push that along. I'm gonna slightly erase stuff and then re-add stuff to kind of smooth it out. Hmm. I think I can achieve the effect I want over there without the help of Mr. Brush. Samantha, how's it going? This one is cool. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, I'm going with the strategy of like trying to make it as nicely as I can. So I'm kind of switching back and forth between projects. This is what we did yesterday. We kind of came up with these like sort of demented looking infected rabbit things that have like sort of mole faces or whatever, but yeah, stuff like that. I'm kind of thinking of iterate. This was done with like pastels and stuff, so I'm thinking of doing like a whole piece in like this kind of style a little bit. We're gonna try and work with something with that. Other than that, not too much news. Everything's pretty solid. They're pretty cool too. Nice, yeah. But they turned out neat. Slipknot fan says, "Yo, nice. Yo, what up? I'm sick and got a fever. All that music getting super loud. Yeah, I hope you feel better, man. Hope you heal up. Good afternoon, sleepyhead. I did sleep pretty good. Can't complain about the sleep. That was awesome. He's got a fever, and the only remedy is more cowbell. He's got a fever, and the only remedy is more cowbell. I think that's going over my head. I just hope our buddy feels better. It's a joke from Saturday Night Live. Hmm. He's got a fever, and the only remedy is more cowbell. I think I'm just too slow. He's got a honka honka burning love. Are you quoting music or? Christopher Walken is a record producer telling Blue Oyster Cult he wants more cowbell in their song "Don't Fear the Reaper." That's an Elvis song. It's called "Burning Love." But seriously, all they get while they stay hydrated, take some Tylenol, eat some shit. But seriously, all they get well. I hope they get well. Stay hydrated. Take some Tylenol. Eat chicken soup. Yeah, there you go. I've dreamed some weird stuff, but let me tell you, fever dreams are so weird. Yeah. True, true, true. Facts. Did Jen drop by yesterday? No, she did not. A YouTuber I know has been sick recently. She hasn't live streamed for the whole week. Oh, damn. Damn. Saw a funny video of a guy literally taking everything he could find to try and cure his cold within an hour. Lemon, cinnamon, cayenne, cayenne peppers, chili, etc. Ginger, eating them raw. Usually oil says, I'm burning, and nothing cool me. You clipped me? Nice. I kind of want there to be more visual separation between the wing and the guy here. Karaoke time? I don't think I'll ever do a karaoke stream. The cringe is too powerful. I don't think I would survive a karaoke stream. What? Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Why was that so loud? I don't know. It's like sometimes that thing is like super loud. The noise for the follow. Sometimes it's like over loud. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Thank you for the follow. You sure else says what though? Nice. Get my B4. It's hard to get like dark enough in there. Man, Foros, you missed half of Twitch party last night. Oh, yeah, I saw you guys had a. I was working on my code. I played a little Helldivers, and then I was like when I say working on it, I was like learning it, and I was deep in thought about. It just seems like every time I delve into it, I seem to. I don't know if I'm forgetting things, and I feel like I'm learning something new all the time, or if I'm just like not retaining, the information, or what. Because it's like I was just had to restart the lesson plan because I got so the terminology is so easy to forget. Like there's functions, arguments, which are the numbers for the functions, but then there's I forget what the other word is, and there's just so much terminology. It's hard to like remember all of it, to be honest. With tons of rock bands blasting from my state of art super boombox, me yapping away about painting supplies, even some war stories. Oh, there you go. There you go. Sounded like you guys had a good time. It was a small crowd. Well, sometimes a small crowd is the best crowd, You got the right people and all that. Like I said, I was sitting. I found this website that on Godot where they have like this whole lesson planned for you to learn coding from zero, and I've been going through that over and over again, just trying to grasp the information, and it is not easy. It is very like I wish I could say that it was easy, but it's just that there's a lot of terminology, and like by the time I learn something, I've already forgotten what the last thing was, kind of. So I keep kind of going in circles about it. Hi, Foros. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Holiday Scented Soap. I love this demon. I figured you weren't going back to him. No. I'm trying to. Like kind of go back to things iteratively and kind of give it time to cook in my head and see how far I can push the drawing, if that makes sense. And so I'm kind of doing a little bit of a different strategy. I'm just kind of doing 2 hours a day on a picture and then kind of coming back to it and stuff like that. So we'll kind of see how it turns out. Instead of just going all the way through and doing the whole thing in one go. This way I can have a stream be kind of segmented into different sort of things. I can like work on this, do a little bit of anatomy, then go to a new piece and figure out new things. Coolio, hey yo, Mr. Four was in chat. How's it going, Coolio? Augustus says, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, how's everyone doing? Hey, Future, nice. And Reaper put us on YouTube, nice, man. One second. That music was starting to get weird there for a second. Some dude started singing. I had a chat with Rini Bren yesterday. She appeared on Purple Chat platform. Nice, very cool. Why is it? This is supposed to be Call of Duty music. Rini said we should call Mr. Foros. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I was not. I mean, I knew. I maybe saw the thing that Future was streaming, but I wanted to kind of work on my code. I sometimes I'll jump in there. Nice texture on the left wing. Those are new. Oh yeah, I'm trying to get the wing done, but I'm trying to reiterate on some aspects of this drawing to kind of up the standard across the board, and it's proving difficult. They're saying I sounded like Keanu Reeves. trying to remember how you sound. I don't really... Maybe a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. You slept pretty good, Khalil? I think but I think we logged off at 2 a.m. yesterday. I had good night's sleep, but just woke up late. But no work today, so it's all good. Yeah, I think the wing in the front here has to be darker, right? That would make the most sense, but um seems like every time I get it darker, it's like we had that making art versus selling art discussion yesterday. That was interesting. Saved it for viewing later, thanks. Oh yeah. Is it my fault? That's all I can think about? No, it's all good, Mr. Augustus. Yeah, well, yeah, for like you're trying to make a whole like career out of it. It's understandable that your mind would be kind of on that subject at all times. I'm thinking, you know what, I keep looking at this, like, arm brace here, or gauntlet, or whatever it's called. I think I need to turn the angle over some of that, cover up some of the elbow. I think that's where it's, like, kind of falling apart for me, is that it's, I think it needs to be, like, twisted more towards us. As they say, if you only talk about health, you're sick. If you only talk about women, you're single. If you only talk about money, you're broke. Oh. There's probably some truth in that, yeah. Maybe more than some. Lexus the Corgi says, I'm starting to move away from pointless grinding and learning the theory of learning. Nice, man. That's good. I mean, it sounds like you're progressing, right? At first glance, based on what you're telling me. My mentor was talking to me about concept people will spend months doing the same thing, hoping for the slightest amount of improvement, and they might get it. But you need to succeed 85% of the time and fail 15% to avoid burnout. Doing challenging concept isn't going to help you improve because you don't know how to apply them if you try something what is past your skill level far too often. but it should be just enough out of your skill reach where you can learn something from it. Right, stay in that good zone. Kind of like riding a motorcycle. You want to stay... You don't want to be riding terrified because you're going way too fast, but you want to kind of hit that sweet spot. We recall that prank that Mr. Future Oil did. That is gold. Nivek says, I've been on learning to draw grid for about 1 year now. Starting from 0, I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere. Interesting. Alexis Zakorgi says, my case of I suck at line quality and I fail it most of the time, but it's an important concept that is something I can still succeed at with enough effort. But one thing I succeed at about 85% of the time is my ovals. What prank is he talking about? I actually have no idea. Yeah, good job on the... on the breakthrough. I think another issue is jumping concepts. I'm trying to break away from jumping concepts. Right, build up the little core you understand, right? I had that same issue with like the programming stuff. Is like I have to kind of like I'm kind of getting the hang of functions and how they interact with each other, but anytime like it diverges from that, I get really confused. And I need to kind of, I don't know, just stick with functions for a while. I'm trying to like, the only things I'm programming right now is like the things I fully understand, and like I'm doing like rotate function, or you know, unit rotate, and then call that into the ready function. So kind of getting the hang of it slowly, just, you know, but it's definitely, I'm kind of in the same boat as you are, but with programming. But I'm not dedicating that much time to it. I'm only doing maybe an hour a day. So my situation's a little different. I can't really spend 5 hours a day on it. Trying to have breakthroughs and stuff like that. I'm having the same issue with digital everything. I've learned digital. It feels like I'm starting all over again. Somebody told me it's when you go from traditional to digital is basically Starling. Just starting over may be challenging, but looking forward to actually doing Refined. Yeah, man, you'll get there. Just saw the bunny shot, that was dope. Oh, the bunny, yeah. I'm gonna do a militarized version of those bunnies. Nivek. Yeah, I get what you mean. The Drawbox. I never did that one. I know it's good, or I've heard it from people that it's really good. It's a kind of the way it breaks things down. But I totally get that issue of like the whole drawing something you enjoy kind of switch, which I've never had an issue with that. I kind of went the other way where I didn't practice official lessons. I just kind of drew for fun and just got good that way. So a lot of my things are kind of like based in, I don't know, I just know how to do them without without the explanation part. So partially why I don't teach, because I didn't go down the road that you guys are going down with actually like learning. I just like forced it through and like tried it until I like could do it. With some concept, that for sure, some concepts I did like go learn because you have to, but Lex says he can't see our comments. The other way around. Lex the Corgi is asking if Nivek has a Discord. Lex is the Corgi. I'm stuck at the point in draw box to the person who says they're almost done with the drawer box. I'm at a stuck point in draw box. Oh, yeah. Somebody on the YouTube side is having a hard time with a draw box. Hmm. Well, Alexis, at least you're like realizing your mistakes now, and you can course correct. At least now you can like course correct your situation. The only way to have a healthy mindset is thinking in the present. True. True, true, true. Wow, we're an hour in. You're attracting all sorts of life philosophers in here? Oh, nice. I kind of did the same rush through, got bored of it, left for about 2 years, just got back to it a few months ago. I haven't gone up on it. I'm just at the point where I need to relearn. What I do is most exercises which give me trouble, I put them on a list of warm-ups and I do 2 of them a day or so. Queen for healthy thinking, only 19.99 per wisdom nugget. Nice. Alexis the Corgi says, honestly, I think if I didn't get my mentor, I would have been way worse, but he has been the most beneficial thing to my growth. Mentor is what I need. Not sure where to find one though. Hmm. It's a difficult question. I can give you my one, but it's very expensive, 300 a month. Bro, I'm thinking about getting into the mentor game. Like, what the 300 a month? That's a lot of money. It's like a car payment. That's like a little car payment if you got a used car, you know. Now I feel a lot more teachy. I feel a lot more teachy after hearing that. No, I'm just kidding. Yesterday I was watching. Augusta says yesterday I was watching a crazy YouTuber having a rage attack and talking about conspiracy theories. He won $670 in super chats. Well, I mean, he has probably like the audience, right? Like, if you have a big audience, you can do that. So makes sense. Makes sense. Maybe if this art thing fails, I'll become a political grifter. You know, sounds crazy. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I'll just do political grifting. Most important right now, most important one first right now is line confidence and line control, as that will basically knock out four of these issues. Are you getting that from your mentor or from the contributors of the course? That was the critique from Drawbox L3. That was about 3 months ago. Unthamel is streaming. He's that StarCraft player I told you about. He's the one that uses disgusting cowardly strategies. Nice. I mean, I don't mind cheese. I mean, cheese is cheese, but there is. He's the king of cheese. Assast is so mindset dependent, and if you're not ready for it, you will get burnt out so quickly. I don't care too much about textures, by the way. It's not my priority. I want the form to be good, so I can do concept art and figure drawing. Nice. The problem with drawing for fun is it falls into the 85 rule. When you draw for fun, you're going to fail so often that if you're likely to burn yourself out. No, because I'm drawing for fun. No, because it just depends on what skill level you're aiming at while you're drawing for fun. You don't have to draw like the most insane thing ever when you're having fun. I don't. I feel like when I draw things like this, it's within the spectrum of how I can draw, and I'm not like, I try to push a boundary here or there, but it's not like, I don't push everything on every front. I try to be like, okay, let's make this wing a little bit better than what we've done it before, or something. But I don't try to like push every single thing. So I kind of disagree with that. I feel like fun drawing is what you need to do to like feed yourself to like stay motivated to draw. You just go back to like what you actually like enjoy, and hopefully the training you did like bleeds into your work, kind of thing. That's what I would say. But Holiday Santa Soap says totally agree. Nice, nice. Without the fun, it does not make sense for me. I prefer to draw bad and enjoy myself instead, and go from there instead of drawing good but get bored of it. Yeah, I think it's a balance. I mean, you gotta like apply the things you've learned in the fun way, I think. Right? Laughing my ass off. Myself is finding ways to put off cleaning. Now I'm drinking coffee. Tomorrow is my day off. Tomorrow is my cleaning day, so tomorrow is gonna be where I kind of do cleaning and stuff like that. So. Yuri, I asked AI, can you make a time travel machine? And it said, as much as I'd love to tell you, I can whip one up. We're firmly in the realm of fiction for now. The science behind why it's so hard is actually fascinating. Yeah, I don't have I don't know myself, to be honest. I don't know how you don't make an infinite loop problem. Once you start having time travel, like, how do you control that? I guess, like, if there's a future and people can come from the future, then they already have. Like, if a time machine could have been invented, it already, like, a time machine can't, like, it always has existed, if that makes sense. If there is time, and in the future at some point it was invented, then time travelers would always have been able to time travel to any period. And so if a machine is possible to create, it always would have existed from the beginning of time. Unless it becomes exponentially more difficult to travel further back in time, right? Then it maybe, like, there's a high limit. Maybe you can only go back like 2 years at most, with, like, in the, or something like that. But no, I kind of think that probably not, though. Right? Holiday Santa Soap, watching artists like you, Waltering, and a few others helps keep me motivated. Nice, yeah. Totally understandable. That's kind of how I use the stream too. Is like the stream has kept me very, very consistent. You know what I mean? Like the stream itself has made me just draw a lot more than I probably normally ever would. Because I'm like, well, I'm gonna do the stream, so, and there I am drawing again, so it kind of all falls into place for me. We're on the time machine, says Chris. What I think is that time travel will not change your current state. It will just split the timeline. Oh, that's interesting. Like a Bitcoin kind of split, where it just creates another reality every time you try to go somewhere. That's an interesting take. I don't think I've ever heard of that take. That all you're gonna do is just split reality into two versions from there on. And whatever you thought you fixed, like, ended up kind of like failing. Or like not failing, but it just succeeds or fails, but the other universe is still completely the same. Lex is the corgi. It's not in the case for me that I'm ignoring failure, but it's more the case that I have seen my mistakes and I'm making it my goal to work on them. Slipknot says it goes on to say if you could build one, you'd need a way to bend space-time dramatically, energy on the scale of stars, materials that don't exist in our universe, as far as we know. Right. A way to avoid paradoxes or rewrite causality, right. But I have to apply what I have learned to something. Can't just draw boxes for the sake of drawing boxes, right. Well, I always recommend with the whole box issues, like drawing boxes from, like, drawing boxes and building things out of them. like iterate on the box, like add boxes to the box until you get an interesting thing out of it, and then add smaller boxes, right? Like build on it, like learn to build out of the boxes, and then you kind of like are learning something, right? Julio says, just another reality, but for example, on unaliving, your past self will erase that self in the past. You will still be alive. It will not change things for the traveler. Well, I think that's the issue. Is like, let's say it was possible to build a time machine and go back and get rid of yourself, let's say. The problem is that I think if that's a possibility, you would have... Maybe that's why time machines don't exist, because every time someone invents a machine, then somebody goes back in time and kills that person for whatever political reasons, and then it cancels out the machine. So even if you can build it, the problem is that like if you start killing people in the past, that changes the trajectory of the past that would have built the future machine. So like, you know what I'm saying? So like every version of reality we have is the one that doesn't have it, because every time we build it, it self cancels out because too much of the past gets changed. Somebody from the future goes back to change something, and it like messes everything up to default back into not having a machine. Does that make sense? Augustus says the problem is that people don't understand the structure of reality. Many people talk about going back in time and killing the evil guy with the little mustache. I wouldn't change anything, even setting aside the logical contradiction. Good thing we have someone here that does understand the structure of reality. I'm being funny. I'm making fun of you a little bit, but come on. Come on. That can be true too. People are unaliving time machines. Right. Right. Because if you have a time machine, unless you keep it a secret, which is hard to do because it takes so many resources to build, every time you build one, like it's sort of like a self-canceling thing. Like once you build one, it's like you can't have a future with it, because if you have a future with it, it cancels itself out, sort of a thing. I don't really like even understand the time thing, to be honest. Like I'm not sure I like fully understand that, like how you could do that. Large events, large movements do not depend on individuals. Um, I think it's a mix of both. I'm not sure, but I think the large movements question whether it's a person that moves it, or just the movement is already in the air and the right person comes along. I think that's like sort of debatable on how much one influences the other. Let's ask AI to build time machines, so they'll kill AI first. Just a thought. So they'll kill AI. I honestly, I don't think like I don't think there's a. I think like. Yeah, I don't know. Hey guys, I had my I rubbed my eyes and now they're like progressively drier. Dr. Pixon says, "Hey guys, how's it going? How's it going?" What? Yeah. Thank you, Coolio. Appreciate the gift of sub, man. Nice. We want regulars to have a star stamped on their forehead. Nice. Thank you for clipping that. I still have some stuff to do today, but I always try to get like 5 minutes to say hello and see how you guys are. Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate that. Don't get as much done as I would have like today, but little has been done. Understandable. I appreciate the stop by, man. I appreciate the stop by. Dr. Pixon, sure thing, myself is supposed to be cleaning, but now drinking coffee. Just started at 0.01 of cleaning. But you gotta clean the cup, right? You gotta clean out the coffee from the cup, so. Bit keeping Mr. Foro's stream in the background. Nice, nice. Yeah, make sure those coffee cups are clean. You gotta polish those. Since I'm chatting, obviously my hands are still glued to the phone. Cleaning while chatting could be illegal. True, true, true. Cleaning while texting? Yeah. Sounds illegal. I think we should call the police. Just to be safe, you know. I'm already hearing lawnmowers out there. Like, it's like day 3. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I need to cut my grass. I'll do it tomorrow, though. I'll do it on my day off. Americans are so obsessed with lawnmowers and leaf blowers. Well, we got the culture of the whole lawn mowing thing is like that's from the British, which I do not like. No, I'm sorry, not the British. I mean, like the lawn thing. I do hate the fact that like I have to do it. It's like it's sort of like society made up a hobby for me. I would rather just gravel over it, you know what I mean? But society is like, here's a hobby for you to go do every week or so. Go clean the yard. I mean, I guess you got to maintain your lawn regardless, but recently it's pressure waters. I would I would rather redo winter again. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I mean, this is the nice part, right? Like the 2 weeks we're about to get of like this kind of nice weather. That's what you get, and then after that, it's going to be horrible again. This came from the nobility. We are rich. We don't need useful or practical gardens. Hmm. Interesting. Sweet Candy says, "Привет, ты... Кстати, твой... Wait. Привет. Ты, кстати, твой появился у меня в рекомендациях. Как прошел твой день? Как жизнь?» У меня все нормально. Все идет хорошо. Спасибо за вопрос. That was on YouTube. Full Metal State! What's up, buddy? How's it going? I'm very surprised that I'm being recommended in what looks like Russia. Right? Hope you're doing good, Full Metal State. Doing good, man. Just enjoying some chill time. Was checking out Slay the Spire 2 a bit. Yeah, I've been looking at trailers for games, the upcoming games. There's a few I'm interested in, like Dwarf. It's kind of like it's sort of vaguely like Command and Conquer. It's got like this 2D thing going on, this kind of 2D kind of Diablo angle to it, like Ages of Empires, and yeah, there's a couple projects I'm sort of interested in that are going to be coming out. So you also get French viewers too. French, German. So basically, United States, French, German, and England. Those are usually in the top 4 for me. Those are usually in the top 4, and then other countries go in after that. Слушай, ты родился в Беларуси, как ты так хорошо выучил английский язык? Я уехал в 9 лет. Русский язык у тебя как у иностранца, который изучил русский язык. А английский у тебя звучит очень хорошо. Это меня удивляет. Понятно, да? Не, я в 9 лет уехал, поэтому и то помню, и то выучил. So, what is one of the favorite pieces you have done that sticks with you? You know what? I think the dolphins with their airships taking over the world. I think that's been my opus magnum, and I actually sold that one recently because people loved it so much they had to have it, so I sold it. But I think the dolphins taking over was my favorite. Это на самом деле здорово. С 9 лет тебе легко говорится на с 9 лет тебе легко говорится на английском. Да, ну да. Так, получается так. Ну, не с 9 лет я как бы учил. С 9 я начал учить, когда переехал сюда. А до этого я не знал вообще русский. То есть английский. Uh, so what is one of the? Oh wait, I answered that already. I think the dolphin. I think the dolphin is like one of the better ones. Dolphin Overlords, yeah, I like that one. But there's a lot of better looking ones, I think. But that one was like it wasn't. There was like better looking ones, but that one was very. That one was very like good conceptually. I just like the whole concept. You have at least 20 legendary works. Thank you, Augustus. I appreciate that. I want to see you getting $1,500 on each pure profit. That would be nice. That would be pretty nice. How come we just found out you were selling print versions of your works? I've talked about it before on the whatever channel. Like my friends are selling them uh on their Dormaria thing. Place the link on the screen. Keep the link on the video screen. Yeah. Prints, please? Coolio, which print would you be interested in? I'm just sort of curious, like if you were like, I'll like what kind of money would you? I'm just trying to gauge the market. Let's do some market research. Like, what kind of money would you pay, and which ones, like top three that you're like, okay, I would like definitely give money for this. Like, what's your take on that? I like the dragon. And what price range would you say would be reasonable for that if that was a print? Because I can send you the dragon, bro. That's for sale. We're doing market research right now. Instagram is hiding your works behind a register wall, so I can't see previous work, sadly. Like you can't scroll down except for like the last 9 or whatever. Is that what you're saying? But if okay, cool. Like if the dragon was a print, how much would you? Not sure to be honest, but what would you be comfortable with, right? Because I'm doing a survey right now. Like, what would be comfortable? Because people say they want it, and I'm afraid like they won't buy it. Like, I had a thing where I had prints that you could buy before, but and I did test it. Like, I bought it for myself, but I bought it, they send you like the prints and stuff. But one of them came in, and a corner was damaged a little bit. It was like kind of, you know what I mean? It came in, but it was like one of the corners was damaged, so I was like, oof. Not that it was the end of the world or whatever, but you know, it was just a slight bend, but still. Ты хорошо рисуешь. Сколько лет ты занимаешься рисованием? Факт того, что искусственный интеллект умеет рисовать, тебя не огорчает. А сколько лет? С юных лет я как бы просто рисую так для фан, для кайфа. Ну, рисую долго, как бы с детства, скажем. Но не профессионально так, просто для себя, а теперь для стрима начал так. А насчет искусственного интеллекта, он рисовать не умеет, он умеет брать чужую работу и перемалывать ее в что-то похожее на работу, поэтому тут огорчает то, что они легально защитили процесс. А пока искусственный интеллект не рисует, так скажем. Он просто берет коллекцию других работ и как бы примерно создает из этого что-то. Поэтому как бы... Ну, не знаю, да, я там тоже интеллект использую. Вот сейчас учусь программирования. И как бы тоже там ChatGPT использую. Поэтому как бы тяжело мне сказать, что для интеллекта нету места, потому что я тоже как бы использую иногда помогает даже, но в то же время там много кражи по факту происходит интеллектуальному и как бы продается как работа. Поэтому увидим, но уже как бы этот поезд... Я ничего внутренне не чувствую внутри, потому что как бы паровоз уже уехал. Давно корабль уже уехал, легально все защищено. И как бы тут уже, ну, говорить, что там это обидно, не обидно, это уже как бы вчерашний момент. Надо теперь адаптироваться. Как-то так. I can't see. I think I can only see 9 thumbnails. I can't even click on it. I'm just Struborn To not create an account. Oh, yeah, you don't have an Instagram. I understand. It's no big deal. You have a ton of pieces that would look super rad hanging up, like as a poster kind of a thing or something. I think so. I think there's a couple that would look pretty good at that kind of a thing. Did you just go through an exorcism? How much would you pay for a print? I don't want with or without the frame. Здраво мыслишь? Еще буду заглядывать на твой стрим. Удачи тебе. Спасибо, Sweet Candy. Appreciate your question. Asks. Guten Tag. Guten Tag. Welcome to the stream. Four-foot poster would be too much. Just a little bit more, it would be as tall as me. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think I don't think my pictures are as detailed as you're imagining. Like, 4 foot would be quite extreme. Like, it would look neat, I guess. Like if you were like into like seeing like the strokes and stuff. But I think it would be a little too much. Maybe I think. Some things transcend pretty well to being in a bigger size, and some things don't do as well when they become a bigger size. So it's hard to say. Like it could look really impressive, and like the little flaws you would see in a really big, blown up version might actually look kind of neat, but it could look worse too. If it's a high quality reproduction printed on professional paper, it's 45 without the frame, and 85 with frame. Nice. Fair. A3 size would be great. My broke mind is saying $50 range, but I think it should be more. Not even sure if other people will pay such amount for a print. Yeah, I don't know. I think 50 to 80 is fair price depending on the print quality. Chuck Norris has died. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that on Facebook. Fortunately. You can make an A2 on professional paper printed with high quality inks, high quality frame, high quality glass, and you can charge 150 to 200. Yeah, but I won't. His prints are around $50 or so. He also does shirts and stuff. Oh. I'm guessing selling within the US, selling it with frames is great. Internationally, I'm guessing putting it in a tube is... Yeah. This wing is starting to look pretty good. I think. We're starting to get there. It's actually looking a little bit better than the rest of them, if I'm being honest. Which is sort of a problem of its own, kind of. Like I said, my goal... Oh, I'm at 2 hours 21. Let me switch gears, right? Because I don't want to put too much time into one thing at the same time. I want to roll these out and work on them, sort of like I said, with putting... I did change putting only like 2 or something hours into it each day to kind of give it time to breathe and like think about it, you know, stuff like that. But I did really like, I changed this to be much more prevalent. I got rid of the little horn and I kind of made this part of the jawbone a lot more like distinctly. And I think that works a lot better for this creature. He looks a lot more like mean and cool. So, anyway, this is the other piece that we were kind of working on with pastels and with demented rabbit kind of things. And I really like the way the creature design came out with like the top mouth kind of being the part that moves, or what, the eye being on the jaw. And I was thinking of doing like a rabbit military kind of thing where they all have like guns and they're in a war, kind of in trenches and stuff, or something like in foxholes fighting. I thought that would be cool, or like that's the only thing I have in my mind about it. And I think that would be fairly like entertaining for me to do. Let me check my my TikTok, make sure I'm still popular on there. Oh, dude, I got 30 followers on TikTok. I'm kind of blowing up. Kind of blowing up really big right now, guys. You guys should definitely follow me before I get... Before I get too big, guys, I got already 30 followers. If you guys jump on it now, you might be like one of the first... Before we get to the first 100. Not trying to flex or anything, but nice, Travis. Thank you. Okay, so let me get another piece of paper. I'm going to get another piece of paper and start a new drawing, but it will be based off those rabbits, and we'll do like a militarized version of them. Or something like that. Julio, thank you, man. Appreciate the game, dude. Congrats, thank you. Yeah. So give me a follow on. I'm trying to use TikTok. I guess some people blow up. I'm trying to do TikToks like kind of often because some people blow up, and I'm trying to like, you know what I mean? Like, what if I do blow up? So far, I haven't had it. I haven't had like a TikTok blow up. You know, I think that like my top one has like 600 views, so it hasn't been a riveting success, but at least it seems like at least if you post on TikTok, it will grow. Like it, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't just like not grow. Oh, actually, let me do. I guess it kind of doesn't matter, right? I'm trying to think of whether I should go take the top and the bottom off, or how I should go about it. Because the thing is that with the I sort of do this kind of zoomed in box thing now because of the Instagram format. There's really no reason to do widescreen anything. Like you're not gonna see it anyway. Instagram can kind of goofed it up. Not goofed it up, but you know. I kind of make I just kind of cut off a little bit of the bottom and top to kind of make it more square. Kind of becomes irrelevant how the page turned. My office mate blew up a microwave once for cooking. Oh, bro, blew up a microwave. Wait, did he blow it up? Because I had a situation like that where I had I did a similar thing where let me think of something really quick. I had a similar thing where I put an egg in there, and I was making like the ramen noodles, and I put an egg in there on top, but I didn't break down the egg. I didn't stir it, so it was still like the yolk was just chilling there. I forgot what I was doing, but anyway, I thought the microwave like exploded. I thought the mechanism inside of there had melted and exploded, and I was gonna have to like, and it was like scary, dude. Like it looked like a grenade went off back there. When I like kind of glanced back there, it looked like there was like smoke and whatever. And then it was just the egg that opened the door. The blast inside the microwave kind of forced the door open and stuff. So definitely kind of like a little bit of a scary moment. Like don't mess around with eggs, I guess. Like be careful. All right, so we're gonna do. Oh yeah. So we're gonna look at the rabbits. We're gonna have the rabbits design. I don't have a full idea of where I'm gonna kind of keep it real light. I'm gonna keep things real light so I don't have to overcommit to anything at this stage. Actually, I'm gonna use something I found, like sketching with a dull B4 pencil kind of like really loosens my grip a little bit. I feel like part of why my sketching looks so on loose is because like I tend to like draw with what do you call it? If you sketch with a pencil that's like a 0.2, it's hard to kind of get those lines to be loose because you're automatically already thinking like in this like very like precise little way, and it's hard to kind of sketch stuff. Kind of get loose with the sketching. I could connect these rabbits to like the Sons of Mars universe. You know what I mean? Like this could definitely fit into that narrative of like making that universe like really silly. Like these are the enemies of mankind. Like I kind of want to keep things a little bit not super defined. Want to keep these guys a little bit more. I still feel like I'm a little bit. My lines are a little bit. Let's say not as. Uh, They'll have like a belt armor, just like this piece of armor that protects their stomach right around the belt area. They'll have like a kind of like a giant diaper that's like sort of like a giant diaper kind of armor set, where it sort of protects just that part of it. I just want to kind of get away from doing broad-shouldered kind of super soldiers. Make it a little bit silly. I swear, like once the lawnmowers start going, you just never hear the end of it. Like the entire summer, it seems like you either hear it's rare you don't hear a lawnmower. Like once it gets going, sometimes I just turn on my lawnmower and leave just to keep the party going. Just keep the energy. Yeah, I just tie it to a rope and it goes around the pole. You know what I mean? Just like a chain thing, and then just goes around in circles for hours. Like you think you can mow your lawn during my stream? Well, I think I'll just start this bad boy up at like 9:30 p.m. and just let it go for a while. I have a student from Ohio who has a fit of madness every week because of the noise from tractors and lawnmowers. I wish it wasn't a thing. I wish it does. It drives me nuts because I'm most affected by like repetitive noises and like that is rage inducing. Like my dog licking his paws and like lawnmowers, just like repetitive annoying noises. Like I just cannot take a second of that. Like I have about my tolerance bandwidth is about 2.0 seconds before I'm just like nope, no more. This has to stop. It goes all night. He has a light shown with it. So it is a lower the number of lighter is a type deal. Wait, so is it lower the number? Wait. I don't. What? Pull. People chewing is my rage. Oh no, a person chewing is insane. No, somebody chewing that's crazy. Like chewing with your mouth open, that's crazy. That's like straight to prison. We're getting good clips today. You were talking about pencils and their numbers. Oh, a B4 is like the darkness of the pencil, and you have and then you have like B8 would be like it's even softer and it goes on even darker. I like B4 has good range for tone paper. I kind of want to try and stick with like meaty shapes for this. I don't want to devolve, or I don't know. I don't know what the right word is, but I don't want to slide into having too much. I want these guys to be a little bit more fun and a little bit more cartoony looking. We're gonna have like thick. Everything's gonna look thick and chunky, and or at least that's sort of the aim right now. Lawnmower talk. Well, Coolio, I should probably like the when you clip things, I need to like figure out a way to put it on TikTok. That's like easy. When you guys clip things, if I can figure out how to like slip that into TikTok, that's just like easy like content. Like, you know what I mean? Last time I tried to do it though, it put it in as a video and not as a normal reel. It like changed the parameters of it. It like I'm not sure if I'm gonna leave a meat cleaver or if I'm gonna change that up. I think I'm gonna give it a like a Morning Star look with the weapon in his hand, but okay. I think I smell a cigarette. There's a way. Is there a way on Twitch to clip on Twitch in portrait mode? But it's wait. Oh, there is a way. But it splits the screen in half. One for the streamer and one for the game or whatever it is doing. And the controls are finicky. I'm actually struggling on how to put it back on classic mode, but I believe it's the default way now. Oh. Will Ferguson, it's amazing how easily you hit perspective when drawing. Oh, thank you. I think it's pretty easy. Like once you get the hang of it, it's not too bad. I know what you mean, like, but I think like I just kind of keep a mental grid of kind of I'll just kind of keep this a club right now, and then I can like I can iterate on that later if I want it to be a different weapon. Shoulder's a little messed up. Shoulder, and then we'll go bicep. Actually, the way he's standing, we'll have to kind of hide that arm a little. Okay. Look more interesting right there, right, like so. Then we can have a plate of armor on this thigh here, kind of going back there. You can have this plate of armor kind of sliding along his thigh, kind of a thing. I was thinking of making this a little bit more exotic, like the diaper sort of armor thing, but right now I can't think of anything. Rini Run, heyo, hey Rini Run. I love the Skaven model from Warhammer Total War. Yeah, Warhammer has good stuff for sure. I am now reminded of the incident with co-developer where he insists he didn't break the application even though he obviously did on Friday. I left my work, PC turned on, and I have to shut it down. I am now reminded of the incident with a coworker where he insists he didn't break the application even though he obviously did on Friday. Danger Diaper Bunny looks awesome. Thank you. Actually, you know what? I think I need to kind of make this a little bit less wide. I think that's... I don't know why it's not... Like, I think this needs to be a little bit less wide. Kind of go under here. And then kind of a bigger thing here. That makes sense. Kind of a bigger metal thing here. Hmm. Maybe? Now, you know what? I think there's a little bit of an issue. Covering too much stuff up kind of makes it lose a... It looks just like a weird robot thing now. I think we should rather... I would rather push it more away from that with like... I think maybe I need to also redraw this. It's kind of not hitting. Kind of not really hitting. think part of the issue is it's not going along the scope here. We will share the burden on Monday, but at least we will be able to pinpoint the issue before logging out yesterday. Report him to your boss. The pound of paint I was going to get was canceled. My cousin said she didn't have time to buy it. Damn. Sorry, I know I've redrawn this like 7 times, but it's not quite hitting kind of how I imagine it. Or like kind of the energy, the overall vibe I'm going for. It's turning out too silly, which is sort of fine, but You know what? You know, this is working for me. This is working for me. Danger diaper bunny looks awesome. The monitor is not flashing. No, it hasn't. I don't know. That was weird. It was just like going off yesterday. Must have been some graphical glitch. I don't know. It was actually giving me like PTSD because like I would just see flashing at the corner of my eye, and it like not a fan of that whole deal, but. Battle Rabbit? Oh, you know what? Maybe that's what I'll call it. Maybe that's what I'll call it, a Battle Rabbit. That's actually a really good name for this. Hi dude, what are you drawing right now? A Battle Rabbit. With a katana in his right hand, he might look futuristic gun-toting sumo rabbit. That's true. That's true. He might look like, yeah. He has a spiked bat. Yeah, like a Morning Star kind of a thing. Battle Bunny? Yeah. Baby Wabbit. Draw a Battle Cat as his partner. We'll be sure to take the Battle Cat into consideration. Man, these cheap like blades I bought, they are so noticeably worse. Like I didn't want to spend like the money to buy like the nice ones. They were like so much more expensive, but man, you really notice the difference. Like you really do, especially when trying to sharpen something really subtle like this kind of stuff. The graphite, you can't, you really don't want to be breaking it, but it eats up a lot of time restarting that. Wolf Ferguson Art says, I have to run, but I always enjoy your work. Thank you, Wolf Ferguson. Appreciate that, man. Dude, our generation sucks. Women forced me to do. Wait. The woman forced me to do research, write everything down for her. It took half an hour of my life. Unfortunately, I don't have time to buy it. But then why did she offer it? Wait, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're saying. That's why I don't write anything down. Uh Wait, are you saying so? Wait, unfortunately, I didn't have time to Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Your sister. Okay. That would be irritating, yeah. That sucks. Yeah, that does suck. Should I do a muzzle flash from the machine pistol or whatever? I feel like it's a little maybe like too obvious to do a muzzle flash. I kind of want to have like artillery go like or mortars or artillery kind of going off behind him, and tracers kind of going in his general direction, and just have a few rabbits kind of on the battlefield. That sucks. Drawing a bullet coming from that gun. Well, you normally don't draw a bullet. You draw the muzzle flash. I'm not gonna do like the Matrix bullet thing because it looks like not something you would see. Yuri Future painted your portrait. You have to find a way to get it. Oh, he did, didn't he? I need to I forgot. I need to do the share thing for that. For the portrait he did, I need to do like share so people go check out his account or whatever. So I said I was gonna do it, but then I forgot. Guess I'm part of that generation. I went through a phase where everyone was drawing my portrait. The Future, Jipochi, there was some other guy. Yeah, oh, the girl that did my portrait. I'm like, I was like, I was like, I'm like, where did all these portraits go? I almost got used to it. I'm like, yes, 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 go ahead. You have my blessings. Damn millennials. Yeah, true, true. How's your neighbors? Are they interested in what you do? They're pretty chill. They don't care. Like they know I draw because I post my stuff on Facebook, but they don't. They're not. They're not interested in what I. Why are you asking about my neighbors? They're chill. They're doing their own. They have their own problems. When I see them, I give them the old head nod and get in my car and leave. That's about the extent of our relationship. There's a law of equivalent exchange. That's what they say, but that's what people say, but I don't know. I know a lot of people that I don't want to use the word parasite, but don't work that hard. And I know people who kill themselves to earn a living. So, like in a sense, that's true, but it's like not. It's not very well distributed. I'm kidding. Oh, okay. Thank God. No, I'm just kidding. I don't care if you do or don't believe that. I'm just saying it seems like it's not distributed very. There seems to be a huge delay. You know. I never used to be that way, but I hear you. I never used to be that way, but I hear you. Oh, what, like antisocial? No, that's my creating an aura of unwelcomeness and hostility. No, not hostility, but like just having a general it's just like ingrained in my blood from Eastern Europe. I just know how to make it uncomfortable. I just I have it's just harder, especially as you get older. It's harder to hide how much you don't like some people. I've had a lot of instances where I could have gone a lot further. I could have made things a lot easier in my life. Let's put it that way. Had I just been a little bit better at pretending to like some people, I could have, let's say, made my life way easier. Maybe I'll be rewarded in Valhalla or something for uh but to be honest, not everyone appreciates art or do not want to pay for it. True, yeah. To be fair, there's a lot of things I don't want to pay for. I don't even want to pay for food, and I super appreciate food. Some people get free stuff and just take it for granted. Yeah, well, that's the lens. That's like that's their perspective, right? If you were born into it, like you can't expect someone that's always had like money available easily to see it the same way that someone that had to like earn it and stuff. Like, I don't even blame them. I get it. I totally get it. That's why I say it's like it's the best case scenario is you start out kind of poor, like lower middle class, and then you kind of get into like the rich area, because then you'll kind of appreciate it. Whereas if you kind of start out rich, you just don't have it's only down from, you know what I mean? Like you can only go down from there. So my recommendation is be poor and healthy, and then get rich, and that'll be the most satisfying life, I think. Control what's going on. Offer them to buy it for money. And if you offer them to buy money, it is too much, they'll say. Yeah, I mean sometimes, yeah. But there are people who do buy our work. You know what I mean? So it's just like anything else, right? Like I'm not interested in like things that I'm not interested in. I'm not like really into like it's totally chill that people are not interested in some things. I'm not like saying that anyone has to do or be like care about that really. It must be nice to be a mechanic at times like these. Repair will cost 1,800 if you don't like it. Goodbye. Well, to be fair, that's the dealership. That's what the dealership is gonna. I don't know, man. Like being a mechanic now is worse than ever. I think because, like, at least on the American side, they require you to. Because I have a buddy who used to sell cars. He didn't sell cars necessarily, but he was like kind of in the biz. He was like in the office, kind of bringing people in. He was like sort of sales adjacent, and he told me a little bit about it. It seems like the mechanics get screwed the most in that business. You have to bring your own tools, your experience, and you have to work within the context of the way the dealership provides the jobs. So let's say it's under warranty, and let's say like for you that job is like Chevy will say it's like 3 hours, a 3-hour job. But because of the way the car's assembled, it's actually like a 15-hour job. And you don't get to argue about that. Like if it's under warranty, you don't get paid differently. Like they pay you 3 hours, and however long it's going to take you is how long it takes you. So you're making like joke money. Now, eventually you could say build your own shop or whatever, but that's such a long road. You'd have to like never get married and do nothing but hustle till you're like 35 before you like put your foot in the door of like making your own, buying your own shop, let's say. But then the issue then becomes is that you have to buy proprietary equipment to diagnose certain cars, and those pieces of equipment are on purpose very expensive. They could range from $1,000 to $5,000. So you like maybe can't even work on some cars depending on like how that's set up, right? And like there's some cars you can't like pump the brake fluid without having to reset the computer. And do you have the equipment for that, right? Like you don't. It's like really, really expensive, and like they've made it as unfixable as possible, modern cars. So I don't think mechanics are like getting away with like you know what I mean? They're not like, I'm sure some of them overcharge and lie like that for sure, but I'm just saying like there's a lot of people right now in America getting out of the biz because it's like basically impossible to make a sustainable living. I looked into it. I didn't imagine it was like this, bro. It's brutal. They make the least money. They have to like you work the hardest, you know the most, and you make like just just the most garbage money. The best kind of mechanical stuff you can do if you're into that stuff is like make your money somewhere else and experiment with cars in your garage or something. If you're into that, the worst thing you could possibly do right now is become a mechanic in America. I don't know how it is in other countries, but. I'm really starting to like the sort of the diaper belt I was going for. Like it kind of is exactly kind of. It still protects his like, you know, some portion of them, but. You know too much, you're gonna have to go into hiding. I know enough not to become a mechanic. I have a neighbor who owns a huge rectification balancing oil change shop. Yeah, okay, so that's a little different. If you're gonna be doing like tire balancing or an oil change place, you can really those places are pretty profitable. Make around 100K a month. Yeah, so that's a little different. Yeah, the oil change places are pretty good. He services 150 cars a day. No, that's a business. That's a big bit. Yeah, sorry. But to be fair, you're charging for filters, fluid changes. Like that's pretty like those are like routine things that you can do at home. And yes, you can make money doing that. What I'm talking about is sort of being on the mechanic side as a professional mechanic. That's where the real peanuts are. That's where you're going to be working about 12, 14-hour days for like essentially minimum wage because you're most likely paying down the tools you bought. You're paying that down. So what you're coming away like you're going to be like your first 10, 15 years is like you're making a minimum wage and brutal working conditions. And then by the time you get to 35, your body's pretty broken and like you know what I mean. Oil change places are scam artists. They definitely will upsell you things that you don't need for sure. Repair shop. It sounds like what he's running is a Jiffy Lube. I don't know if he does repair stuff in there. I'm just saying like it sounds like he has a Jiffy Lube type of system where he just does like the routine maintenance stuff. Which is where the money's at. Yeah. Because they'll be like, oh, we noticed like we there's a little bit of crud in your oil. We'd like to do like the suction suck out thing where we get rid of all that, and people go, oh, it's like that's an extra $80, even though you came in for an oil change, and so they'll try to upsell you like this service. Now, would it be better for an engine to have like some kind of a thing where it pumps through a liquid that gets rid of all the crud? Yeah, but do you need it? I don't know. Right? It's like. I'd say if you're gonna keep a car foreversies, if you got a car you're like, I'm gonna hold on to this thing for like, then yeah, maybe every oil change would be helpful to do that. But if you're gonna do like the typical American 3 to 5 year new car thing, then you don't really need to like. You're never gonna, most of these engines go for 300
1,000 miles if you have to take care of them nowadays. So it's like you're not gonna hit those big numbers ever. So I don't know, just my opinion. I have no idea. Should he rename ourselves to Future Oil Changer? Right. It's amazing, isn't it? It seems like everyone is saying my field is hell, you don't earn anything, and there's no future. Well, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. You guys are already oil changers. You paint with oil. True, true, true. If you want to save yourself $200, I suggest you change your name to Future Oil Changer. Nice. It's super time consuming, but I'm having to go through rereading all the information on Dropbox, and I will organize it as notes. I'm purely focusing on line control and perspective at the moment, and nothing else, and it's been difficult. Yeah. Sounds like you're in the pickle. If you wanna save yourself, yeah. I used to change my when I had a 2003 Grand Prix. I would change the oil myself. Truth is, I just don't want to do it now. Actually, if we do the muzzle flash, right, I think I should, right? Like, doesn't that seem right to do doesn't that seem like the right thing to do? Bit of a different vibe there. Sorry. Um, all right. What the? What the? Does it take long to change oil? I think. I don't know if you're. I don't know if you're trolling me. Wolfgang, I feel like you're the kind of guy that's changed oil before. The reason I don't want to do it is because that my car is like low to the ground, and if I got my like triangles out to like try and get it on there, I'm not sure if the front of it will hit. I could get the jacks out and do it probably, but I just don't feel like doing it, and I'm not sure where the rigid part of the frame is. You know, I'm not like I'd have to like look into it. I don't feel like doing it. But an oil change is like if you're me, I don't know, 40 minutes. I don't know. You know, I kind of do it at a leisurely pace on my day off, but maybe there's a hobby shop with a lift. No, I can do it. I can do it in my driveway. Like you can for sure. I can figure it out. But I have enough jacks and stuff. I just don't want to. That's the big factor there. Is I've done enough of that stuff. Like I'll tinker with a motorcycle and stuff, but I just don't want to touch. I just don't want to do it. I'd rather have that, and it's not like a sports car. It's not like super low to the ground. It's just low enough where I'm like, I don't want to deal with it. Probably not even as low as I think, but it seems like it's lower than the 2003 Grand Prix. Seemed like it had a lot of clearance under there, but I used a hobby shop at Oceana to change my oil. My body changed my oil when it was normal clearance. Yeah. Would be messed up if you found out you've been using vegetable oil instead of car oil. If yeah, that would be kind of crazy. If they put vegetable oil inside of a marked pill. I also snapped the oil plug when I tighten it back on. Yeah, it doesn't have to be hella tight. I usually do finger tight and then I give it a quarter turn with a wrench. It doesn't have to be hella tight. Easier on the bike. They changed $30 for an oil. That's cheap. That's really cheap. Bikes are usually easier. I have my Ninja 650 has an issue, not an issue, but I usually build a thing out of to change the oil on my motor, my Kawasaki. It has the plastic fenders under there, so I have to build like a foil thing to like kind of like a slide, or I have to open up the fairings, which I don't want to do because it's like a whole thing. I don't want to do it, but yeah, motorcycle is generally speaking easier, but sometimes when you got the fairings going and everything, it kind of gets in the way. What paper are you using? This is a Strathmore 9x12 400 series tone tan. Strathmore. Actually, right now is a good time to take a little video for the old TikTok. Where's our names on this damn YouTube? Where's your names? You don't see your own name when you're typing. You don't see your name in chat. Or is that what you're saying? I see your name in chat. Can anyone confirm that's in YouTube chat that you can in fact see his name? Too bad I'm not a car guy. Every guy's a car guy. Once you get wrenching, once you catch the bug, you'll be a car guy. If you're into programming, trust me, like once you get your hands on a wrench and you start wrenching, like you are a car guy, I promise. You just haven't done it. I think they're asking about that chat thing on the left. You don't see your name on that chat because you're on YouTube. That chat is for Twitch. I only show the Twitch side because of the rules. I'll edit that later for TikTok. First time tuning in here. Cool style, George the Cloud. Well, my typical style. This is more of like something I'm like leaning into now. This kind of like pastel. Like I use pastel to kind of buff it out, and then I re-render to like kind of get this weird smooth kind of thing. That's just a new thing I'm experimenting with, but my typical style is... This is my typical go-to style. This is what how I usually draw. And I'm just kind of exploring. I'm doing the pastel thing just as an experiment. I'm going to try and do a full piece Can you post a picture of your bike? No. No. Just kidding. It's on my. If you go on my, since you're on my YouTube, if you have to go pretty far down, but all my videos of me building my bike is on my YouTube. If you want to go through all that. I think there. It's by the way, I have a Ninja 650 and I have a Suzuki GS 1100G 1984. I want to say. Has a hella engine on it. Hella engine. It's like a little car engine in a bicycle frame. It's kind of scary looking. But it's the first inline four. Not first, but you know, it's like the beginning of the inline fours getting really good. It was like the Japanese muscle bike answer to the Harley Davidson. Kind of, they were trying to compete with the cruiser class, and I turned it. Obviously, I cafe'd it. I do like the cafe look, so. Well, more like a Street Fighter. It has like kind of high handlebars, but other than that, it looks like a cafe. Buying a car is not a priority for me at the moment. Right, yeah, if you don't need a car, if you live in an environment where you don't need a car, just don't get one. In America, you don't have a choice. Like, you're basically like a child if you don't, there's like nothing you can do without a car in America. Like, you have to have a car. Not so much anymore. You can get food delivered, I guess, but that's like hella expensive by itself, so. I wish I would have never moved out of my parents' house. That was a huge mistake. Huge mistake. However, if I fixed a flood situation at my home, but I considered it a few times before. Don't do it. No reason to. However, if I fix the flood situation at my home, I think you meant to say I can get a car. Still don't. No reason to. Get an electric scooter at most. George the Cloud says, nice, I'm going to start streaming soon and will also do Twitch and YouTube. Do you have any advice?
Download, look into,
if you're using OBS, that's what I use. You have to download a thing to do multi-streaming. It doesn't do it by default. I forget what it was, like some Japanese app I downloaded. And you put your keys in there and you can multi-stream. It took a little bit to set up, but now it's easy. That's my advice, is that if you're using OBS, you're gonna have to download a external plugin for that. Anyway, Magic a core. Hey, nice draw. It gives me some memory of me reading Landfest when I was. What is Landfaust? Is that Landfaust or Landfest? I've never heard of that word before. Maybe that's a local thing to you guys. Yeah, I'm using OBS and Restream. I think I'm almost set up. Do you say I can't show YouTube chat on Twitch? That's like one of those controversial things. Technically, their rules don't strictly forbid it, but I don't see the bigger people doing it. They only show the Twitch chat, and I'm going with that flow. Oh. It'd be kind of interesting for like the later rabbits is to have a piece of metal wrapped around the cone of their sort of frontal area right here, and then going back, like just a piece of steel defending this frontal lobe. That would be sort of an interesting concept. Oh, you know what I could do? Instead of having a Morning Star, have like that club with a chain club kind of a thing. I do like the way those like look. Like I said, I'm going to hit it with pastel, so we're gonna kind of see how that turns out. On another stream I followed, what other stream? What the? And he does his flash. I'm just kidding. The messages on the screen for either platforms for a few seconds. It keeps the overlay clean and doesn't break any rules. The only trouble is that it doesn't have a delay, so any spams will flash on the screen. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, to each their own. I really don't. It doesn't like. Honestly, it doesn't. I'm not overly concerned about showing both chats. I can. I think this is gonna end up. Look, what I'm doing to it now looks horrific, but trust me, it's I'm going somewhere with it. You just have to trust the process. I normally don't have a process, but in this case, I actually did work out something I think kind of weirdly interesting with utilization of the pastels. We'll kind of stop right there and just I'll work just the top of it. I kind of like the way the pastels force everything to blend together, kind of, and then you re-render for that kind of like, and it kind of creates an interesting look out of that. So that's what I've been into lately. Just curious as to the music situation, how you decide what to play on stream. I only play video game music that is from video games, and it still dings me on YouTube. With like, I can't make it like monetizable, but on Twitch it doesn't. So that's like still kind of a risky area, but basically video game music for the most part will slide. Or if you're twitching on Twitch, and you don't save the VODs for the most part, you won't get in trouble unless you become like mega big, right? Then you will, regardless. But it just all kind of depends. That's the things that I just stick to video game music from games I like, and I kind of slide it under the radar. You can also try and use you could use the AI music, but that's up to you. I did in the beginning, and then I was like, I don't know. There's no way around the music thing, because unless you have, are we gonna have music right without? I actually kind of like the way YouTube works with like the music I use is actually pretty cool. A lot of times when I do other people's music, what it'll do is profit sharing, which I think is totally fair, where they just take my money from YouTube because I use their music. So it's like, to me, that's like seems like kind of a sort of like fair, Like they didn't agree to me taking their music, but it's like I'm like, as long as they don't give me a strike, then they just get 3 cents of the 7 cents I made. I'm like, that's fine. That sounds pretty fair. And you can kind of see the way that's shaping up there. It's getting that. Actually, I'll zoom in a little bit more. I feel like the camera doesn't do a super good job at capturing kind of what I'm going for here. Thank you for the follow. In other news, they did come out with a new unit for Helldivers. Sorry, circling back around to Helldivers. They got this new unit that I haven't seen yet, but I've been playing on the harder difficulties too. I haven't run into it. Maybe it's on their homeworld and we need to get there or something, but... Bro, I've been absolutely just loving that game. Mostly because of my passion for managed democracy. It's not the bloodlust. Sorry, I was moving stuff earlier. When you said something about the bat, did you change it? No, I was thinking about turning it into a mace, sort of a chained mace, but, I don't know, I might keep it a Morning Star just to kind of keep it like a simpler kind of a concept. Everything doesn't have to be as crazy as possible. Sometimes simple is better. I'm almost thinking of putting a semi or pseudo medieval trebuchet behind them, but like some sort of an artillery piece that has like that looks kind of medieval-ish.
me get my. You know, I'm kind of not getting the results I was looking for. A little bit. Not quite hitting the spot I was kind of hoping for. Camera really doesn't like to show these highlights I'm putting in here. It's like has a really hard time kind of capturing that, but in the final you'll see it for sure. But I do really like the way the skulls are designed for these creatures. They kind of have that good balance of creepy, cute, weird skull kind of thing going on. Unhinged, kind of unhinged energy. Is welcome that. Those.
Remember that? And that pastel powder got in my throat or something. That was horrible. Hmm. Thank you for the follow. Oh, future. Man, all the business talk about selling art kind of makes me want to hang up on selling art. That's a hardcore side.
Yeah, nothing wrong with just painting for fun and stuff. I wouldn't overly worry about it since, like, you know,
you got a job and everything, and you just do it as a. Maybe you'll say so here and there, but that's not. What you're interested in. I don't think you should. Necessarily push yourself in a direction to try and sell. With AI stuff going on, it will be harder, sadly. However, there will be an increase when it comes to handmade stuff. Increase in value. Have you ever seen first accused of AI for us? Have you ever been accused of AI? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I have another friend who was. He was so offended, he lost motivation to make art for like a week. I guess the offensive part would be like, because, you know, usually AI is like referred to as slop and stuff like that. But I kind of do everything live for like vast majority of my drawings. So. I would think that would be a open and shut, or what do you call it, like a like a closed case kind of a deal if you're drawing live. Open and shut case. But I'm sure if I were to, I'm sure that if I became financially successful, then people would find a reason to say that, you know. But honestly, that I don't know if that would discourage me or only feed me, because I remember when I would play a lot of Call of Duty as a kid or like teenager, I would love when people would accuse me of cheating. That would give me such a rush, like being so much better at the game that like the only way it makes sense is that I'm cheating is sort of like the honestly that kind of just feeds me a little bit, if I'm being honest. So I don't know if I would be discouraged at all. I guess the only thing about AI is like its association with like slop and stuff like that. I guess that would kind of hurt. But if they were like, this looks like AI slop or whatever. Robin Williams' daughter worded it as disgusting overprocessed hot dogs. Bro, I eat those hot dogs. I just got through the day playing and sleeping. I just got through the day playing and sleeping. How have you been? I've been good. Been good, just drawing the day away. A quote I saw is this: "You're not making art, you're making disgusting over-processed hot dogs out of the lives of human beings, out of the history of art and music, and shoving them down someone else's throat, hoping they'll give you a little thumbs up and like it gross." I think I agree. At first glance, I think I agree with that. Is referring to AI of Robin Williams. Oh, okay. They sent it to her because it ruins the memory of her father. Oh, they send it to her. Then they send it to her because it. Gotcha. Yeah, that would be quite. That is a weird thing, right? If people are making like videos of your relatives and stuff, that would be kind of odd. The bunny got me feeling eerie. Design is great. It's like a cute, but what the hell at the same time. Yeah. Thank you for seeing that, Japoche. That's exactly that's the energy we were going for. It's cute, but what the hell kind of energy. I think this piece. I think when I get further down into this piece, it's going to be a good one. I think. I'm hoping. The other thing too is I draw the I started doing my streams from when I first started streaming. I would stream like the beginning of the stream, or the beginning of a picture. I would draw it alone as a kind of a thing. Like I felt like more comfortable doing the setup without anyone watching, and then I would just kind of render on stream. And then now I do my drawings from beginning to end on stream, so it's not like I can sort of kind of like get away with anything. You know what I mean? It's not like I can like start drawing something off of something and then just kind of render it out on stream. It's like the whole process is there for most streams. Sometimes when I just want to draw off stream and then I transfer it to it becoming a stream drawing, then that can happen. But for the most part, I do everything live, so I feel like that should cancel out any kind of doubt. You're completely nude? Oh yeah, I think you were juggling several arts at once that time. I think you were juggling several arts. Mr. Jiposhi, you just described what creepy cute is? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. In related note, did you see videos of DLS? Yeah, DLSS5. Yeah, I've heard of the DLS controversy. It looks like it kind of looks like they're layering AI on top of graphics, and it like enhances it, but it looks really eerie. And like some of them look like they're not. Yeah, I don't know. It does look like I haven't like really looked at it. I just like heard people talking about it. I haven't like I'd have to have a 590 to even run that kind of stuff. I don't have a 590 or a card that's close to that, so I'd have to see the games, with my own eyes to see if there is this thing they're talking about, or if they're just hallucinating stuff. But oh no, Wires asked me to help pick up branches. It was my first time here. You had plenty of art, but I thought you just drew fast. There's no problem drawing off stream. No, I mean in terms of like, right? There's no problem with it. Obviously, I'm just saying that I'm just saying from the standpoint of like canceling out the AI question. I feel like if you're drawing the whole, if you're drawing the entire thing live and stuff like that, Previously, artists are just accused of copying other people's work or tracing stuff. Now artists have a common enemy. I knew the art industry has been tough for a long while, but with AI, all jobs mostly that can be taken care of computer would be tough, I guess. But we haven't solved world hunger yet. At the moment, as far as AI, there is a race to take advantage for rules and regulations kick in. No, I think that the rules and regulations are that are no rules or regulations. Is that they got like a 10-year span where they don't have to abide by any regulations or any rules. The argument was that it's supposed to allow America to get further ahead of the competing nations, which is very questionable because America was like caught sending China like the resources to create their own AIs. So I kind of don't buy that really. It's kind of like when you find out that the servers for TikTok, you know how they say like China owns it and stuff like that, but then all the servers are in the US and stuff like that. It's all very questionable about that they're like about that stuff. You find as soon as you first like lift the first rock of any of these like arguments, like there's immediately information pointing 180 degrees in the other direction for both sides. So it's hard to determine what's actually like happening on the ground. Like, we must be China. It's like, why are you sending them chips to develop? It's like, well, can't tell you that. AI doesn't have ethics. It's just gobble everything up for training data. Right. I guess like using. I'm just sort of thinking about it. I was watching this dude talk about Gears of War and the current state of like how many cheaters there are, using sort of semi like controllers that do certain things that make you a much better player. It's not like the system can't detect you're using it, but people can tell when you fire off like 50 rounds from a pistol in like half a second, right? Like, and drop somebody. It's like that's not really feasible if you're really not cheating. But it's kind of like we've created like the cheating for artists in a way that's just a lot easier, less. It's a lot harder to, if someone's using AI. There's a layer of space between you and where you cheated because it's not gonna replicate the exact. It's not like you traced an artist and put a different slab of paint on top of that, so it's more difficult to determine whether And if they're smart, and if they're kind of like, if they got a few brain cells that can change it up enough to where you're like, yeah, I'm not really sure. You know what I mean? It's kind of really difficult to determine. Even kids don't do their homework properly anymore. They just use AI to solve it while they are busy doom scrolling. Well, that was kind of my strategy for learning to code. I was going to have it give me code, and I was going to have it explain. I don't know how feasible it is yet, because like it spits out. I think the only time it like works is when it gives you answers where it's like super simple and super common. Like it just basically gives you code that pre-exists. Like when I was trying to learn to code through ChatGPT, and it was working at first. It gave me code that was functional, and then it explained it, but I didn't really understand it. And that's how I was going to do, is just like basically slowly learn like that. And what I found is that I really couldn't advance too much further beyond like just simple movements and stuff. Once I started layering any kind of complexity, things started falling apart, and I couldn't get it to give me any kind of anything that was, beyond that. So I had to go back and find lessons about GDScript to kind of learn that stuff, because in order to I had to basically start from zero and make everything granular to kind of actually learn to code from zero, because otherwise it was just kind of a waste of time. So I think ChatGPT is in this state where it's it's kind of useful. It's almost useful, but it's just still kind of garbage. But I will say it is convenient that it can explain, if I'm what is an argument in a function, and it's kind of gives you it can kind of explain it and stuff like that. Or what's the other thing that a function has? I mean, they skip the learning part. They just get the instant answers. And in some ways that works. In some ways that works, but I think that sort of reveals the flaws in school too. Is that school is regurgitating information more so than teaching you how to think. And so that's kind of a because if you have to it works with ChatGPT because it has that base of information, and it can give you a predetermined kind of an answer that it's stealing off of somewhere. But ChatGPT can't think, and so most of school is stupid, because what it does is it's information regurgitation. It's not really teaching you to think, and so it works because school is dumb too. Most school, not obviously not all education. I'm just saying it's more of a discipline to learn something rather than getting answers immediately so they can just pass it on and move on. Yeah. No, I get it. When I was in school, I was I was a bad student, and definitely would be using AI. Definitely would have been. I would have been in that camp 100%. I'm starting to like the way the pistol's coming out. Call it the machine pistol. I hated handwritten homework back then, bro. Bro, me and you both. Me and you both, brother. 8. 8 is the only correct word. But I guess I agree with you. Some homework are excruciatingly exhausting. Bro, I just didn't do it. I did carry my backpack from school to home just to like carry the guilt on my back, but then I would just be like, yeah, I'll get to it. And then, bro, if you would have seen my backpack, you would have been like, I mean, you would have been like just stunned. Like just that there's just like random pieces of paper, like half done homework. I'm like, bro, like there's no way, right? Like, I was not a good student. I was thinking about using a little yellow in here. I don't know why I feel like making this gold, but kind of would have made sense for the casings right here, right? Making that gold. I guess I don't want people to confuse thinking this is a round loaded in the chamber or something. But we get to spend the last months of school flipping up notebooks to pass to teachers because you should have done that 2 months ago, and we are not even going to look at it the second time. Lexus the Corgi says, you know, getting into art in my mid-20s feels like such a disadvantage. Well, you know, yeah, I do think, like, if you start out heavy as a kid, if you're, like, a pretty talented kid and, like, you, let's say, kind of get, like, pretty good at that stage, I think you definitely get an upper hand because you kind of have, like, this, you learn quicker and you get, like, this little bit of a wealth of knowledge that you can kind of, like, lean back on and be pretty good without, you know, without really training because, like, you drew a lot as a kid. You kind of just soak up that, you just sponge up a bunch of, like, that. It's kind of like those kids that you had dirt bikes as kids. You know, they own dirt bikes as kids, and then they get on like a sports bike, and they're like amazing at it. You know, they're just like really good. They have like the foundation. They have like this confidence in the motorcycle or whatever. So it's you know, it definitely translates. And I do think like if you were a kid, and I mean this is like one of the advantages of being poor is like. When you're poor, you draw and stuff, and so you build up like this like ability, just because you're like there's nothing else to do. Well, the issue is I find is I have to go through these boring tests no matter what. If I ignore them, they're gonna come back in the future, and there's no interest in them. But I have to learn them regardless. If your goal is to get good, yeah, you gotta go through the whole thing. you saw the stuff I posted in the server, and it was just a waste of time. It wasn't helping me get better. It was scrambled and lacked focus. Well, it sounds like you found a tutor, and hopefully you're on the right track. Meow, you know. It's just I've been doing lines now for the past 3 hours, and they're not much thrill. There's not much thrill to them. Again, burnt out on the lines. Yeah, I get it. I know. I have a hard time doing that too. Like that kind of stuff is like, that's rough.
Nothing shall stand in the way of galactic liberation. And that's what this week of basically doing just hours of lines, hours of ovals. I feels like. Oh yeah. Oh, it's brutal, bro. Okay, I'm at 5 hours 21 minutes, guys. I think I'm gonna get out of here. I like where overall where this is going. I'm in good spirits about it. I think we're onto something here. But almost done, says Future Oil. Nice. You use AI to your learning advantage. Others peeps just want the finished product. I want the finished product. It just can't do it. It just gives me garbage code. Like, I would love it if it could just iterate on it seamlessly. That would be great. If I could just be like, hey, ChatGPT, make me like a game and like show it a bunch of pictures and have me like describe it, and then it would just give me like the product, right? Like, that would be AI as I think most people like imagine it. Not this like it kind of gives you like information that you have to go and like triple double check before you input. You know, it's like anyway, but I think AI is going to remain in this sort of semi-autonomous tool set. I don't know if it'll ever become a free agent that just is helpful and does its own thing. I think it'll always be in this like kind of until the next big sort of breakthrough or whatever kind of thing. You know, the Russian art scene has very similar mindset, very brutalist, but there are some of the most hardworking, dedicated, and amazing artists you can think of. I hate AI with passion when it comes to it stealing art, and the truth is, I'd rather go through my suffering and pain for art experience than have AI make it for me. Well, same, yeah. Human creation could not be replaced because of blood, sweat, and tears. Well, the thing is the AI doesn't create anything. It takes your work and like regurgitate it, it meshes the paste through its algorithm and gives you what looks like work, but it's stole a bunch of stuff, right? So like that's the issue. Is it's like it hasn't created anything. That's the thing. So it can't think, and I mean that actually, like it doesn't have any thinking ability. Maybe they'll have a breakthrough on that at some point, but so far they're just shoving more power into these algorithms to kind of give a more accurate assessment answer kind of a thing. But I don't know, we'll see how the cookie crumbles. I think I've seen people in real life that got fired because of AIs, and I think they're going to overdo it and hire some people back. I don't think it's going to be, I could be wrong, but I don't think this AI thing is going to be like the Industrial Revolution where things were transformed like completely. People went from farming to working in factory. Like I think it's going to be like it is now, but just a little different. But that I could be completely wrong. Maybe this thing will sort of, maybe they will, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just kind of see it as like it's going to be neat in some areas and harmful in others, and that kind of thing. Thanks for streaming. All right, thank you, Coolio. I'm gonna get out of here. Y'all have a good one. I gotta go feed the dog and feed myself, and it's still daytime out, so I can go outside and enjoy that. Anyway, love all of you. Have a great night, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.